Please stand as we're led in prayer today by the gentleman from Warren. Remain standing thereafter for the pledge.
Well, thanks. Good morning, Mr. Speaker, and I'm so honored to be back in this august House of Representatives, this distinguished body that I had the privilege of serving about 25 years, and everything I am and everything I ever be, I owe it to this body because I learned a lot of things from this body, and I appreciate you. Second, I want to just thank all of you, from the governor, the House of Representatives, and the Senate, and the staff, for what you do, for the courageousness that you perform every day coming here in spite of the COVID. You've done a great job with COVID, and I want to just be able to thank you. I think we are going to get through this because of what you've done. Now, I think we ought to always be remindful that we're not the smartest. God is the most wise. And I listen to Solomon. When Solomon tells me to trust in the Lord all my heart and lean not to our own understanding in all our ways, I acknowledge him, that he'll direct my path. I believe it. And I share God with you, and I don't apologize for my belief in God. I'm a Christian of faith. Now let us pray. Father God, we come to pause and honor you and to glorify you and magnify you and lift you up as we go through the Passover week, the Holy Week. We recognize everything, and we know you're going to get up with all power in your hand. We thank you. But Lord, we also thank you for all that you've done, not only for our state of Mississippi, but for our country, our nation, our veterans, our people that serves in government. Bless them, Lord. Bless them from the White House to the outhouse. Bless them from every position they serve. Now, Lord, we thank you, and we continue to thank you. Thank you for this great leader, this great friend of mine, the Speaker Gunn and the Lieutenant Governor and the Governor, and this body in which I pray over everyone that works here and everyone. Continue, God, to lead them to continue to lift this state. I believe that we're on a pathway to a future that we've never been before because of these people that serve. Now, Lord, thank you again. We'll always give you the glory and the honor. Amen.
Please join me in the pledge. Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk.
There's a quorum present, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll have the reading of the journal. Jim from Rankin moves we dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Report of select committees.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Report of standing committees.
We have reports on the calendar, Mr. Speaker.
Introductions of bills and constitutional amendments. Gentleman from Mayor and Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the introductions.
Is there objection? Hearing none, we will do that. Resolutions, petitions, memorials, and other papers.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This time we'll have the introductions of guests and visitors. Do we have any guests or visitors to be introduced today? Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
I'm going to do it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, please help me make welcome a dynamic young man who has been very innovative in higher education athletics. He has become a trendsetter for this state, and he is also the nephew of our most senior member, Representative Ruben Strada. Will you please help make welcome the athletic director for the Jackson State University, Mr. Ashley Robinson.
Jim Humphreys, Mr. Strada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, let me just say this. I had a nephew that played linebacker over at Jackson State. Now I've got another nephew that's running the athletic program over there. Now let me tell you, I always told my brothers whenever I came to a Jackson State game, if I would there when the boom came in, I may as well have stayed at home. Where is the sonic boom of the South? Get ready. Now, I'm going to have them all over here one day, because we're going to honor all those Hall of Famers that we got from Jackson State, and that band is going to play Get Ready, because there they come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, sir. All right, I don't see any further introductions. It is my understanding we have some special guests in the gallery, so I'm going to recognize the gentleman from Octavia Hall, Chairman of Rules, introduce our special guest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that we recognize the gentleman from Hines to do some introductions.
All right, gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, first we'll start with the gentleman from Tipper, Mr. Steverson. And I'm looking for him and I don't see him. And boom, there he is. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand here before you on behalf of the gentleman from Tipper to honor the SWAC Player of the Year, Miss Deja Rogan. And let me just say a couple of things about Deja. Deja is the catalyst for the Jackson State women's basketball team, averaging 17 points a game. The little speedy D-Rose, as I like to call her, fearless and a big heart. Madam Clerk, would you read a portion of the? You don't.
Go right ahead, gentlemen.
Okay. So, on behalf of the Mississippi House of Representatives, we would like to give you our honest and heartfelt appreciation for what you've done for the Jackson State University women's basketball team. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, as I stand here, I recall a couple of statements that were made maybe a week or two ago by the gentleman from Hines, Mr. Speaker, and he asked me about the Jackson State women's basketball team. I'm gonna say a few words about these ladies and their coach. This coach, Coach Tamika Reed, has coached at the University of Southern Mississippi, Louisiana Tech, Hines Community College in Utica. Everywhere she's gone, she's been a winner. She came to Jackson State 3 years ago and has built a program of young women who are fit to lead. She is a leader among leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to honor Coach Tamika Reed and the Jackson State women's basketball team for winning the SWAC championship. Thank you so much for all your efforts and your talents, and we're definitely looking for another championship next year. Now, Mr. Speaker, as I look to the North Gallery, I would like the men's basketball team and Coach Brent to please stand. These young men, coached by Coach Brent, Coach Burke, and Coach Dixon, they have endured, as Coach Brent has always said, the process. It's been 8 long years, and he has been hard at work making men out of these college men. He has done a great job over the years of being at Jackson State University. This year, they had the opportunity to win the SWAC. They won the SWAC because they were resourceful, They were hustlers. They were determined. They were resolute. And I know a couple of my friends in the gallery, North Gallery, they like to use the word achievement. And they achieved a great deal this year. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give the men's basketball team a healthy hand as they have won the SWAC championship for the season of 2021. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, sir. And let me just offer my congratulations to both men's and women's basketball team. Congratulations on an outstanding year. For those of us here in the House of Representatives who represent the state of Mississippi, it's very important to us that our state look well, that you reflect well upon us. And by winning these championships and going forward and representing the state of Mississippi, you have made us look well. You have reflected well upon your college and, more importantly, the state of Mississippi. We're proud of you, and it is our honor to congratulate you here today. So we wish you very much success in the future and hope you'll continue to represent our state well. Thank you very much. All right, I don't see any further introductions. We will go to the calendar. In conference appropriations, general bills. I see the chairman. He's ready to go, raring to go.
Hey, do I hear an amen? Listen, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, let's go to, it would be item number 1, House Bill 109. I'd like to recognize the lady from Amit to explain the conference report.
The lady from Amit's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the conference report for our transfer bill, and I'll go through it as I normally do, section by section. Section 1 pulls forward Section 27-103-125 in order to delete old language for the 2% set aside for years that was changed. It's merely cleanup language. Section 2 pulls forward Section 27-103-139 in order to delete old language for the 2% set aside for years that were changed. It's cleanup language. Section 3 pulls forward Section 27-103-203. This section deals with working cash stabilization fund and the amounts the governor can access during a year that budgets may be reduced. This deletes old language that allowed the governor to access additional funds in 2017. It cleans up that language. Section 4 pulls forward Section 27-103-211. This section deals with funds to be deposited into the working cash stabilization fund. This deletes old language for years when the legislature used 100% of revenue instead of 98%. It cleans up that language. Section 5 pulls forward Section 27-103-213. This section deletes old language in order to remove old language for the general fund split that occurs every year. Section 6 pulls forward Section 27-103-303, the capital expense fund. It deletes old language regarding diversion of capital expense funds for the Oil and Gas Board emergency plugging funds. Section 7 and Section 8 changes the allocation of general funds in the Community College Support Bill for 2021 in order to fully fund their health insurance. The amount is $366,133. Section 9 deletes the capital expense funds from fiscal year 2021 Medicaid Appropriation Bill, $85,048,127. The money reverts back to the capital expense fund. Section 10 creates the MDA Site Development Grant Program Fund. The program was created with bonds in 57-1701. This creation of the fund allows for other sources of revenue to be deposited for the program. Section 11 transfers all funds in the Job Training Authority to capital expense funds. Section 12 transfers the leftover funds from the Public School Education Fund to the capital expense fund, and that's simply because the fund was repealed in 2011, but the fund was never closed. Section 13 repeals Section 57-1-451, the MDA Job Training Grant Fund. Section 14 creates a special fund in the Treasury for DEQ to receive AG settlement funds. It's going to be styled the DEQ Water, Land, and Air Contamination Projects Fund, and it transfers $1 million from the AG contingent fund to created DEQ fund for a specific remediation program. Section 15 is escalation authority for 19 special fund budget bills that have been passed since the decision was made to allow for a pay raise for state employees. Section 16 creates the Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund, and this is in order to receive the state funds from the American Rescue Plan. Section 17 creates the Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Fund, and this is to receive the funds allocated from the American Rescue Plan for non-entitlement units of government. Section 18 creates the Ross Barnett Recovery Dredging Fund, and that's an explanation of the conference report, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield for any questions.
Any questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. The question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 109. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 115 yeas and 4 nays, report's adopted. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies of the House, let's go to item number 2, which would be Senate Bill 2062. I recognize the gentleman from Montgomery, the Vice Chairman, to explain the conference report.
The gentleman from Montgomery is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the House. Senate Bill 2062. This is it adds an additional round of rural fire trucks to the Rural Fire Truck Acquisition Assistance Program. It adds just an additional round in which counties may apply for the rural truck program. And it increases the total amount which counties may receive by $90,000, bringing the maximum total award to $920,000. And that's an explanation of the report.
Questions on the report? I don't see any.
Move adoption.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report. Senate Bill 2062. You favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 120 yeas and 2 nays, the report is adopted. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies of the House, let's go to item number 3, Senate Bill 2474. Recognize the gentleman from Pike to explain the conference report.
Gentleman from Pike, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is Senate Bill 2474. We have dealt with this issue probably 3 or 4 times this session. This is allowing the Department of Health to charge for services for other agencies due to the medical marijuana initiative. So that language is back in front of us. Also, new language, ladies and gentlemen. The ITS board, which is the computer system that allows us to purchase computer systems and other services. This will allow them to be exempt from that for the next 3 years, so they can purchase computer systems that they need to, as I've said many times, to make this the best medical marijuana system in the United States. So these 2 changes will allow the Department of Health to do that. And so that is the explanation of the report, Mr. Speaker.
Any questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report. Senate Bill 2474. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By 119 yeas and 3 nays, report's adopted. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies of the House, let's go to item number 4, Senate Bill 2834. Recognize the gentleman from Montgomery to explain the conference report.
Gentleman from Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, Senate Bill 2834 is the Historic Preservation Summary. This bill creates the Mississippi Historic Site Preservation Fund, which is a special fund at the Department of Archive and History. The purpose of the fund is to make grants available to the private non-profit organizations or local government entities to be matched dollar to dollar with federal and other matching funds for the purchase of Native American heritage sites, endangered Mississippi battlefield property listed on the report of the nation's Civil War battlefields by the Civil War Sites Advisory Commission, National Park Service, Endangered Mississippi Civil Rights Movement Historic Sites recommended by the Mississippi Civil Rights Museum. These sites must be approved by the legislature each year in the annual appropriation of this fund. Items that are eligible for this include acquisition of land, improvements on the land, permanent protective interests such as perpetual conservation easements, costs associated with such acquisitions, including cost of appraisals, environmental reports, surveys, title searches, title insurance, and other closing costs. And grants from this fund shall not exceed 50% of the appraised value of the land or permanent protective interest therein. And that's an explanation of this report. There has been $1 million earlier in the session added as startup money to this fund that we appropriated to Department of Archives and Histories for this purpose. And that's an explanation of the report, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the report?
Move adoption.
I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 2834. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 116 yeas and 2 nays, report's adopted. Anything further?
Mr. Speaker, at this time, there's nothing further. Appropriation yields the floor.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate the hard work of you and your committee this year. Gentleman from Lafayette, Mr. DeWeese, what purpose you seek recognition?
Introduction out of order, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, with all these athletes here today, it's nice to have a doctor in the Capitol, and it is my privilege in the North Gallery to introduce our doctor of the day from Oxford. He specializes in internal medicine. He is also the program director for the residency program at Baptist Memorial Hospital. My friend, Dr. Seeger Morris.
Jim Jackson, you have something further?
Mr. Speaker, before I leave the podium, I would like to thank the LBO staff and all the hard work they've done. This cleared the appropriations calendar. I just want to thank them for all the hard work they are doing. They're still doing upstairs. And so at this time, I wish y'all would make it and acknowledge the hard work that they do.
I would like to take this opportunity to make one special recognition. Don't know how many of you are aware of this, but our own Leanne Robinson has been promoted to another job, and this will be her last session with us. We got to vote on that. So we're going to put that to a vote as to whether she can leave or not. But I wanted those of you who are not aware of that to know that she has done great work here in the House for us. She will be moving on to be the Deputy Director of ELBO. Is that right? That's the right title? So I felt like it would be appropriate for us to give her a special acknowledgement and a round of applause of appreciation for her. Very good. Anything further? I don't see him. Is he here? Okay, well, I'll wait till he shows up and I'll say something. All right, well, it brings us now down to the Ways and Means calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have a few bills that we still have to go through, conference reports, and I will explain these. We'll just go in order. The gentleman from Jackson, if you would come forward and explain item 1, House Bill 374. This is the tag bill.
Gentleman Jackson's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The annual car tag bill, we got everybody's requests in. I appreciate you getting your request to me before the deadline, and I would like to commend the chairman and Bart. I don't see Bart for their patience in dealing with me and the membership, but we got everybody's request in, and this is the conference report. Thank you.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 374. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 121 yeas and 0 nays, the report is adopted. You don't like car tags, gentlemen from Union? Okay. Item number 2.
Item number 2 is House Bill 520. House Bill 520. This deals with the use tax provisions and diversions to cities and counties. This particular bill is the House position we passed earlier this session. It would just allow the cities and counties to pledge those funds to pay back bonds for new road construction. That's an explanation.
Questions on the report? Jump from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would gentlemen yield?
Sure, gentlemen.
Was this for acquiring new debt or for
prospective, for the future?
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 520. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 116 yeas and 5 nays, report is adopted. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up item number 3, House Bill 572.
You're recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is our annual, or what seems to be annual, resort status bill. This includes a number of projects for House members and Senate members defining resort status in their districts. I'll be glad to answer any questions if you're in.
Jim from Newton, Mr. Rushing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will Jim Neal?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I had a call from a law enforcement officer that had some deep concerns about this particular conference report and the fact that it had no language in it that allowed the local communities to have any type of restrictions or say-so in the resort status. In other words, it's basically going to open it up as 24/7, 7 days a week, unlike some of our other conference reports dealing with this. Can you elaborate on that, or
You got a specific spot in the bill that you're talking about?
just the general bill in itself?
Okay, council informed me the members that asked for local control got it in their specific resort status.
All right, so you're telling me that the areas that the membership asked for control in, that was put into the bill, but the other areas, there is no control, so it's just wide open, let's have fun.
That's my understanding.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Any other questions? I don't see any.
Fine, pass.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 572. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 95 yeas and 24 nays, the report is adopted. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, the next item is number 4, House Bill 1091. I'd like to call up that conference report.
You're
please.
recognized.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, this was the language dealing with the microbreweries and the small craft industry. The House and the Senate had the exact same position for those two industries. However, if you recall, this bill also increased the alcohol content for what we call RTDs, right to drink products. Your canteen drinks and a little bit higher alcohol, higher alcohol content. The Senate position was 8%. The original House position was 6.5%, and we compromised at 6% alcohol by weight, which everybody is happy with. That ends my explanation.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 1091. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 98 yeas and 20 nays, report is adopted. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, if there's no...
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Speaker, to keep things simple, we'll stay in order. Item 5, House Bill 1095. This is the House position on this bill. This is the bill that will allow DOR to consult with the Attorney General's office and to allow them to compromise and settle certain tax liabilities that have become final but uncollectible. This process is currently, our version of this process is currently in administrative law, but it needs to be codified, and so this is what that would do, and again, it's the House position.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 1095. You favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 122 yeas, 0 nays, report's adopted. Next item.
Next page, we'd move on to item 6, House Bill 1139. This is a big one, ladies and gentlemen. This is one that's hung around our neck for several years. We talked about this extensively when it came up earlier this session. As many of you know, at some point in time, some of you were still here, but at some point in time when the state was not in as good a financial shape as it is today, thankfully, we had to borrow some of next year's money to get out of this year. And this procedure basically required certain taxpayers to estimate what their July sales tax would be and pay it in June. And therefore, the taxpayer, those businesses, ended up paying that sales tax twice in June. Approximately $160 or so million is what it is right now. Well, we're in a position today where we can remedy that wrong and kick that money back into the year that it's supposed to be in going forward. And so that's what this bill does. It fixes that problem. And so after this, no longer will taxpayers be forced to pay a tax, estimate a tax, and pay twice in the same month. That's an explanation of the report.
Questions on the report? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 1139. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 121 yeas, 0 nays, report's adopted. Next item.
Moving on, item 7, House Bill 1197. This is the dual-phase design build method that many of our community colleges have asked us for. Again, this is the House position minus the reverse auction language that was option that was included originally in the bill.
Questions on the report? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 1197. You favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 119 yeas, 0 nays, report's adopted. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, if you would recognize the gentleman from Rankin.
Gentleman from Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up the next item, item 8, Senate Bill 2435.
You recognize.
This one relates to distilleries. What we're trying to do here is we lowered the permit fees for some of our small distilleries in the state to let them get built up. It'll help the startups coming in. Once they reach a certain caseload, that their permit fee will go back to normal. That's essentially what we're doing.
Questions on the report? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 2435. That's 2435. Open the machine. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 102 yeas, 17 nays, report is adopted. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 9, Senate Bill 2807. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference report, we are reinstating some language that was taken out in the previous years to define where the resort statuses can be. They must be in a municipality, a defined resort area, or a defined club. This is just cleanup language from a few years ago. That's the explanation.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, 2807. If favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. I vote on 98 yeas, 22 nays. Report's adopted. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The next item is our last item, item 10, Senate Bill 2874. This bill deals with residential and commercial contractors. This is really the Senate position on this is slightly different. It would require these contractors to obtain a sales tax permit from the Department of Revenue before they pull their building permits. However, it only applies to out-of-state companies. In looking at through this, we realized that some of our problems and not knowing who was here and doing what came mostly from out of state. And so that's where we're going to start. The conference report only applies to non-Mississippi based companies.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 2874. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 108 yeas and 13 nays, report's adopted. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, that brings us to the end of the Ways and Means calendar. And if the Speaker would allow me for just a minute, I would like for the body to help me show our appreciation to a gentleman that helps us immensely. There's not another attorney at this place that's asked to draft a 1,100-page bill by midnight. I could not do what I've done this year, and you wouldn't have all the projects that you got this year if it wasn't for one Mr. Bart Sperry. So if y'all would help me tell him thank you. Thank you all for allowing us to tell Bart how much we appreciate his hard work. It really is incredible what he does, and under the gun at that. And so thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And with that, for the 2021 legislative session, Ways and Means yields the floor.
Thank you, sir. Bart, let me echo the chairman. I know you worked very hard this year. You put that income tax bill together, you did the bond bill, you've done all the other things that our members call on you to do. We very much appreciate you and value you. Thank you. All right, that brings us down to the in-conference general bills. Item number 1, Judd B.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 1, House Bill 119. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the conference report on Harper's Grace Law. Many of you know this was the bill that the Senate put medical marijuana in. They brought me at least 3 conference reports, and every time it got a little bit less, with the last one really just being the 65 language. But I've had a dozen or more members that have asked me about this bill, that have asked me to uphold the will of the people. And I know the Chairman Lamar stood up here and said he would do the same thing. I know the Speaker honors that. So in that line, we are not going to do anything regarding medical marijuana. And what this conference report does simply extends the repealer on Grace Harper, or Harper Grace's law out until 2024. That's what the House passed back in early part of the session. And essentially what the Senate passed before they put the medical marijuana in it, we're just extending the repealer. That's an explanation, Mr. Speaker.
Questions? Gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me. Gentlemen from Calhoun and others, y'all are in the line of sight, please. Thank you. Go ahead, gentlemen.
Thank you. Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I think I understand what you just said, but I want to make sure that I understood it. This has had no effect whatsoever, plus or minus in any manner, on the medical marijuana initiative that passed this past year.
No, sir. It is extending the repealer of Harper Grace's law, which we passed, a couple years ago. That's all it does.
So I would love to hear out of your mouth that it does nothing to affect the medical marijuana initiative.
You're a good lawyer, gentlemen. It does nothing to affect medical marijuana initiative.
Thank you.
Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Just out of curiosity, because I think this is my 6th time to vote on Harper Grace law, has she gotten the medicine?
Not to my knowledge, but
I mean,
but they do have, UMC does have some, they told me 24 or so patients that benefit from this law.
so if they've never gotten the medicine and we have medical marijuana coming, did we need to do this?
Yeah, yes, because there are, like I said, there are 24 or so people that are benefiting from this. What happens, and gentlemen from Madison can probably speak to this more than I can, but at some point in the fall is when 65 kicks in, maybe October or September, I'm not sure, but
We're just going to protect them until...
This lapses in July. There's a hole there. There's a hole, and those physicians wouldn't be able to prescribe anything, or they're subject to some criminal or even civil liability. So at the very least, we're filling that hole until 65 does kick in.
Thank you.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report. House Bill 119. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 119 yeas, 0 nays, report's adopted. Next item. Judd B. Next item. Passes. Next item. Wildlife.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Let's give this another shot. Today we're here to talk about our conference report number 2 for House Bill 382. And as most of you were here yesterday, you heard the explanation. What this does is address the high fence enclosure bill. We took our bill into conference and we added some language that would protect the private landowner around an enclosure. And the essence of the language is that if CWD is detected within an enclosure, we're not going to penalize the people outside the enclosure, within a 5-mile CWD management zone. That's an explanation of the conference report.
Question. Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In this bill, did we decrease the testing inside the enclosure?
In this bill, the original bill, we went from 1 deer per 100 acres to 1 deer per 200 acres. Primarily, that's because most of these enclosures are small enclosures that may be 400 acres. And so when you compare the 2,000, 3,000 acres, this seemed to be a much more equitable test.
Thank you.
All right, I don't see any other questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 382. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 111 yeas, 9 nays, report's adopted. Next item, corrections. Passes. Next item, military.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up the conference report on House Bill 761 and make the usual motion.
Okay, you're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 761 was our Veterans Affairs redoing that agency the way it operates. So it came at the request of Mr. Pickering, the Director of Veterans Affairs. We maintained the House position through most of this. We had one little extra there where we tightened up the language on if they sell their surplus property, their wheelchairs, their walkers and things of that nature, we required a report back to the legislator on what money that brought in and what it was going for and what they were going to do with it. So we maintained the House position in essence and got a good bill out for Mr. Pickering over at the Veterans Affairs, and that's an explanation of the conference report.
Questions? Gentleman from Prentice, Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Gentleman Neal.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, you know, we had some complaints from up at North Mississippi about this bill. Did you make the contacts and talk to those people who had concern about this?
That was not in this bill, gentlemen. That was in the Veteran Service Officer bill that passed earlier. Yes, sir.
Good. Thank
We
you,
did make
sir.
the contacts.
Thank you very much.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 761. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 121 yeas, 0 nays. Report's adopted. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, could I do one thing for a gentleman in this body as Chairman of Military Affairs?
Do one thing for yeah, sure.
A gentleman from Newton, please join me in congratulating his son. He left for basic training this morning at the Air Force, the Lackland Air Force Base in San Antonio, Texas. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. We appreciate not only your service personally, but that of your son as well. Thank you. Brings us to next item 6, Judd B. Pass. Item 7, corrections. Pass. Item 8, Medicaid. I don't see him. We'll skip that one. Item 9, banking. Assume that one's dead, is it not? We'll check on that. Item 10, municipalities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 10, Senate Bill 2261. Conference report came back after working with the Senate. The House's position on this bill, if you'll recall, allowed the Secretary of State to use interest and principal trust fund monies to clean up an abandoned or a poor-kept cemetery in a municipality or county. The Senate's position was they wanted the Secretary of State to have access to strictly the interest. So we debated back and forth and finally came to a resolution with the Senate and the Secretary of State's office and agreed that the Secretary of State would have access to interest and up to 15% of principal. There's already a minimum amount that has to maintain in that trust fund. The trust fund cannot go below $30,000 regardless, period. But until they get to that point, the Secretary of State's office would have access to the interest and up to 15% of the principal if needed to maintain or do repairs to a poor-kept perpetual cemetery. And that's an explanation of the conference report, Mr. Speaker.
Questions?
There's no question. Move final
I don't
adoption.
see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 2261. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 120 yeas, 0 nays, report's adopted. Next item, corrections. Passes. Next item, public utilities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to the conference report on Senate Bill 2978.
You recognize.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the broadband bill that's been circulating around the whole session. Have a conference report on it. I'm going to do a brief explanation of the bill. Just Section 1 defines the legislative intent and determinations. No new language in that. Section 2 defines brings forward the definitions that we will be using for the purposes of this act on lines 284 to 295, and basically those definitions are what a broadband provider or a broadband service provider. Section 3 is the principal intent of this bill, ladies and gentlemen. It begins on lines 322 to 344. It allows regulated utilities to lease its unused fiber capacity and its electrical transmission system for broadband providers to expand broadband across the state. I want to make it clear, these providers will not be getting into the business themselves, okay? They will be leasing this fiber capacity. So if you have a rate-regulated investor-owned utility, they will not be getting into the business. They will be putting out this fiber capacity they have for lease to anybody, any broadband provider that wants to lease that fiber capacity. They will be doing that, and that is the intent of the bill. Lines 329 to 333 just states that the fiber capacity granted for use by the utility must be offered to all potential providers on a non-exclusive basis. This means that they can't partner with just one provider all over the state. That means they've got to offer it to any provider who would be willing or interested in leasing this fiber capacity. Lines 334 to 344, it's just the protections that they can't lease a fiber where it diminishes the reliability of their electrical system, nor will it require any electrical customer they have to purchase broadband from any of these providers, nor if someone purchases broadband service and they don't pay their broadband service bill, their power can't be disconnected and things like that. Any complaint in that area, it would be heard by the PSC. Lines 353 to 424 is the easement language that just grants the utilities continue to use their current easements where they have this broadband structure or this fiber capacity in place. And lines 439 through 442 states that any revenues that these IOUs, these rate-regulated utilities receive from the lease of fiber capacity will be returned back to the ratepayer in a credit determined by the Public Service Commission. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I know there's been a lot of conversation about this bill and there's a lot of competing interest. We need to put on our people hat today. We need to put on our people hat today. This is good policy for the state. We are going to attempt with this, and this is not going to solve our broadband access problem, but it's going to be a mechanism by which we can get broadband capacity outside of the metropolitan areas, outside of the urban areas, and allow these investor-owned utilities to lease that fiber capacity. And let me say again, they are not getting into business. They are leasing, and it can be open to any provider that so chooses to try to partner with these investor-owned utilities. Ladies and gentlemen, we can make a statement today on whether or not we're serious about broadband expansion across the state, or we can make a statement that we're about being status quo and doing nothing. This gives us an opportunity to say we are ready to move forward for broadband expansion across the state. And I'll take any questions, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman tip of Mr. Stevers.
Gentlemen, you yield?
Yes.
All right, and just, would you explain to this body, earlier in this session, we passed, I think, House Bill 942.
Right.
Like basically 120 to nothing or something like that. Would you explain to this body the difference, the position we had in 942 and the position in this conference report 9798?
Be glad. Good question, Jim. I'm glad you asked that. So what we did in 942 that this body passed, 942 had what speed restrictions in it. In other words, we said if there's an area where there's at least one provider providing the minimum FCC speed of 25 megs down, 3 megs up, that these IOUs could not drop their fiber off in these areas. After we began to look at that, we began to see, or I began to see after research, that putting a speed restriction on this, we might as well not have a bill, because there's so many areas to where they would not be able to drop off this fiber capacity for a lot faster internet speeds. So we took that out, and that was not done just on a whim. That was done with a lot of research and a lot of study I did, a lot of conversation with a lot of you saying, look, this is going to restrict them from going into my area because I already have one provider who is not providing service that's worth even having. So that's why this was taken out of the original report or bill, House Bill 942 that passed the House back in early February. This is better policy. This is better policy. We're trying to make a statement today that we are here for the people. We're not here for corporate America, but we're here for the people trying to get broadband access to the unserved and to the rural areas of the state.
Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes.
So let me make sure I understand clearly what you're saying here. Senate Bill 2798 will allow municipalities that own a utility company to participate in the broadband business, yes or no?
No, this does not address municipalities getting into the broadband business, gentlemen. Now, I understand that may be an issue that's coming up down the road, but maybe in future sessions, but this does not address municipalities. Now, let me say this, gentlemen. If these investor-owned utilities, if they have franchise agreements to provide power to a municipality, they can already provide this broadband service by law. They can already do this.
So this bill, in fact, would allow municipalities to do what as it relates to it?
Well, gentlemen, this in regard to municipalities, I mean, if one of these investor-owned utilities has fiber that's running through a municipality, if they have a provider, not the investor-owned utility, but if they have a provider who is willing to lease that fiber capacity in a municipality, it can do that. There are no restrictions on where it can be provided. We're opening this up. Gentlemen, this is a free enterprise bill. If somebody can provide a better product at a more competitive price, I don't think the state and the government should stand in the way of preventing that.
Thank you, sir.
The lady from Pearl River, Ms. Wilkes.
Gentlemen, will you yield?
Yes.
Gentlemen, I know there's been a lot of back and forth on this bill and stuff, and y'all have worked really hard on it, but at the end of the day, isn't this the best thing for the people of Mississippi?
Lady, I will say that, yes, currently before this legislature, if we're going to talk about trying to provide good policy for the people, yes, it is. I had House Bill 505, and I'll be real brief, that the Senate killed, that provided other mechanisms for us to provide broadband. The Senate, in whatever infinite wisdom they possess to say they have, they chose to kill that. But before us right now, lady, you're exactly right.
I appreciate your hard work on this, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Kemper, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes.
Gentlemen, you know where I live in Kemper County, MEPA is doing the rural internet deal, the broadband deal. Can they legally cross over, say, into eastern Neshoba County or any other county that joins them that does not do it? Can they serve that area also, or is it specifically to that local EPA?
Gentlemen, as I answered the question, I believe, to the gentleman from Marshall, this does not have any restrictions on where they can go. If they have fiber capacity, it is open to anybody that's providing broadband power, and that includes a co-op subsidiary legislation that we enabled them to do back in 2019, I believe.
Okay. All right. I thought the gentleman from Marshall was just talking about municipalities, so.
Well, but I'm expounding on that again, that there are no restrictions, that if there is somebody willing to lease this fiber capacity that these investor owns have, they can lease that, or they can do that.
Okay. Thanks, sir.
Jim from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Gentleman yield, please.
Yes.
Does the Public Service Commission have any kind of regulatory responsibilities in overseeing these?
Well, so these are rate-regulated utilities, gentlemen. So on the far as the regulation of the rates and everything, yes, I mean, nothing's changing on that as far as the electrical rates, okay? They will not have any jurisdiction on setting rates on broadband prices and things like that. That's going to be worked out between the individual investor-owned utilities and the providers. Now, I will say that the Public Service Commission, even though they don't have complete authority over this, they do have jurisdiction over how these rate-regulated utilities operate in all aspects of their business.
Is that language in the?
That language is not in the bill, but it's in the code, and I don't remember exactly how it is in the code, but they do have oversight of all of the activities of a rate-regulated utility.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Gentlemen, you know, vast majority of my district is a rural area. Is there anything in this bill that provides an incentive or encourage the service providers to go to rural areas?
No, there's no incentive in here, gentlemen. And again, I want to go back to House Bill 505. We could have created some mechanisms or avenues for that to happen, but there is nothing in this bill for anybody. This is going, again, we're going to open this up. The free enterprise system is going to work. If these broadband providers see that they can partner and lease this fiber capacity and get out into these rural areas, at least this legislation will allow them to do that and look at that. So there's not going to be a negative at all for you or anybody else in a rural area.
But not much of a positive either.
Well, gentlemen, I can't gauge what we do on hypotheticals.
Gentlemen, I appreciate your hard work, but in future, if you continue to work for the rural people to stay, make sure we try to get it.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you, classmate.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report. Senate Bill 2798. You favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 119 yeas and 3 nays, report's adopted. Next item is Medicaid. Okay, we'll pass that one. Next item is Transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 14, call up a conference report on Senate Bill 2825.
You're recognized.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you've probably heard quite a bit about this bill. It's called the Infrastructure Investment Act. There is no investment in it. It does two major things. It moves MDOT law enforcement to DPS. Most everyone I've spoken to is in favor of that. See a lot of benefit to it. I would love to tell you that this bill plays out in detail exactly how that's going to happen and that it's going to be a seamless transition. But I don't think anyone can fully anticipate how difficult that's going to be. But I trust the new commissioner at DOT when he or she is named, and the commissioner at DPS to work that out. I think there'll be a successful transition. So that's a big part of the bill. The second part of the bill, you've got people who have weighed in against it. You've got people who have weighed in for it. Both sides are our friends. Those who are for it, MMA, Loggers Association, forestry folks, Farm Bureau, all are in favor of this. Our cities and counties have some concerns. What it would do is it would raise the tolerance on harvest permits from 5% to 10%. And I spoke to you earlier, I told you it's going to close 130 bridges on the state system. The way it was written at the time, it would have. I had it rewritten so that we would maintain 80,000 pounds as the base and just provide for a 10% tolerance, so it doesn't change our design basis, so we wouldn't have to go back and work on those 130 bridges. So fairly simple. It does provide that we would We would set up a new panel that would oversee the harvest permit and hopefully come back with any issues that we may have going forward. So really big bill, but it's pretty simple. That's an explanation of the conference report.
Questions, Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Yield.
Certainly.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your work on the bill, and I know your background and your knowledge, you understand. And I also respect that you had the language changed to decrease the tolerance. But tell me if I'm wrong, it's still going to amount to a uncomfortable amount of stress on our roads and bridges as they exist now.
I think it's pretty easy to foresee that it is going to provide greater stress on our roads and bridges. Yes.
And I know that you have heard this complaint, and it's a legitimate complaint from primarily supervisors who have an extremely hard time maintaining and refurbishing bridges and roads in their counties as they exist now. And is it fair to say that they have a certain amount of apprehension about this and they don't feel good about where this is going?
Well, I think they put a letter on your desk last week that expressed their concerns. So yes, sir, that would be correct.
And we have not because we haven't tried, and I know you've tried, we have not given them additional money to take care of the problems that they already have.
No, sir, and I'm glad you bring that up. I should have mentioned it to the body. This will put additional stress on the roads, and I want you guys to bear in mind that we really hadn't done anything to put more money into our roads and bridges since 1989. And so maybe when we come back next year, we'll have a plan, and I hope this body will be open to it.
And this is also, thank you, and this is also, we have the same problem with streets. There are a lot of rural towns that have to bear the idea of trucks coming through with heavy weights that they can't keep up the streets that they have now. Is that true?
Same apprehension, same concerns, yes, sir.
Yes. So on the second issue, on the transfer of weight officers to DPS, have the weight officers themselves weighed in on this issue?
Yes, sir.
And what is their position?
I mean, I can't tell you that I've spoken to all 200 of them.
Yeah.
But the ones I've spoken to, they do have some concerns, but they feel like as law enforcement officers, they become even more legitimate as being part of a law enforcement agency. Yes, sir.
Okay. But some of that could be corrected within their own agency if we wanted to. We could actually work on whatever training or facilities or equipment. All of that could happen where they are.
Sure.
What about the commissioners? Have the commissioners weighed in on this issue of transfer?
The commissioners oppose the issue. Both issues.
They oppose both issues. So the people who we've elected to be responsible for maintaining our roads or coming to you and letting you know what our needs are, I've told you that on both of these issues they have concerns and they're against them. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans. Gentleman from Lawrence, you got a question?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, what's the present weight limit that we're raising with this bill?
Presently, the base is 80,000 pounds with a 5% tolerance for a maximum weight of 84,000 pounds.
Okay, so what will that be if this bill passes?
88,000 pounds.
So a 4,000 pound weight increase?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that about 4 or 5%?
5%.
Something like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The gentleman from Adams, of course, has asked you several questions. He asked you specifically about the highway commissioners and other groups or individuals being for or against. Every one that he asked you about, unless I misheard, are against this bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And gentlemen, you said that although this bill is styled Investment Act, there's no investment in it.
That's right.
Would you agree with me that if we raise the weight limits on Mississippi highways and bridges, it's going to have to be some investment in it somewhere down the road because we're going to tear them up, aren't we? We're going to tear them up more.
Well, that's true, but we need to invest in them anyway. But Yes, you're right.
Yeah, we're tearing them up already, aren't we?
Yes, sir, we are.
And we're not doing much to fix them, unfortunately, are we?
I think we've been a little lax in keeping up with that. Yes, sir.
So please edify me. If our roads are already bad and we ain't doing nothing to fix them, why in the world would we be putting more weight on them to tear them up more when we ain't fixing the ones we got? We've had this discussion before in the years that I've been here. Are we going to have to get that yellow school bus and a bridge under it over Pearl River to fall in and drown 30 students before we decide we need to do something with our highway weight limits? And certainly that something is not to increase them. Is it going to take that kind of tragedy before we quit doing this insanity?
Well, I certainly hope and pray that never happens.
Hope and pray. I've never heard that phrase before, but our thoughts and prayers are with the students. We hope that bridge doesn't fall out from under their school bus when they're on it. And I know, look, I can see, tell me if I'm wrong, but I got a little intuition here that you don't particularly like this bill.
It's not my baby. I'm just rocking it.
And if that baby puts too much weight on your arms when you rocking it, your arms might not be able to rock it. You might drop that baby, mightn't you?
Well, gentlemen, there are some good things about doing this. I'm not going to deny that.
What good things? We might cut down on the population increase by killing school kids?
Well, no, sir. Come on. I think that's out of line.
Gentlemen, I'm not trying to embarrass you. I can see that you have trepidation. You said that already. I don't even know if this is proper at this point, but what would your response be if I made a motion to recommit this bill to send it to Hades where it belongs? Motion to table.
I would leave it to the body.
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion at the appropriate time.
I'm sorry, Jim, I didn't hear you.
I'd like to make a motion at the appropriate time.
All right, we'll recognize you as soon as we get through the interrogation. Jim from Wayne, Mr. Barnett.
Thank you. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I got a quick question. I know there were some issues or questions rose early on with this bill. Does this give the DOT officers the ability to run radar when they move over to DPS?
No, sir, it doesn't. We caught that. It would have originally done that, but we caught that in the readings over here when the bill was transmitted to us, and we took care of that.
Thank you, gentlemen. Also, on the 10% increase on the harvest permit.
Yes, sir.
Is there any increase in the fee for that?
No, sir.
No increase on the fee?
Not in this bill. We do have a commitment to get that done, but it's not in this bill.
Are there any increase on the fines for being over the 88,000?
There's some slight increases in the fines.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Tishomingo, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, yield.
Certainly.
When is the proposed weight increase going to take effect? It's down the road, correct?
Yeah, it is 2 years down the road, 2023, yes, sir.
Do you project the federal government's going to do an infrastructure plan to send some money to Mississippi to fix some bridges?
I think they're going to do a plan. I don't know how robust it'll be or whether or not it'll take a lot of time, Representative, to get that money, do the engineering, and actually do the construction. So I don't think you would see a whole lot of activity much before 2023.
We passed a significant bond bill yesterday, didn't we?
We did.
Was there a lot of projects in there to fix bridges and roads in that?
I think there was, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Why is this a 3/5 vote?
I noticed that on the calendar, and I'm not sure, other than maybe the increase in the fines is the only thing I can
Okay, I see it's majority now. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Jim from Forest, Mr. Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the chairman will yield.
Yes, sir.
Could you tell me if this bill was introduced with the understanding that funding would be either incorporated in the bill or in other legislative proposals?
No, sir. There is no understanding of that.
Okay. Okay.
There was no.
Am I correct in saying that there is a correlation between the amount of weight that we put on highways and the damage that occurs as a result of that weight?
Yes, sir. There's a correlation.
Thank you, sir. And you indicated that a number of organizations, stated that a number of organizations were supportive of of this bill. Would you restate those organizations?
Yes, sir. A lot of really great organizations, our Forestry Association, our Loggers Association, our Poultry Association, Mississippi Manufacturers Association, Farm Bureau, all are in favor of this bill.
And you also indicated that a number of groups were opposed to the organization, to the bill, and you made reference to the fact that we had gotten a letter on our desk. So what groups or organizations are opposed to the legislation?
That would be your Supervisors Association, MML, Mobile Home Association, and while not really averse to it, but with some concerns, your Trucking Association.
Okay. And also the state agency that's responsible for the road construction and renovation, and they have some problems with it.
Yes, sir, they do.
Okay. Now, I haven't pulled up this bill on my computer yet. I'm asking the gentleman from Humphreys to help me along this line. Did all 6 conferees sign the conference report?
No, sir.
Okay. So how many from the House signed and how many from the Senate?
2 from the House, 3 from the Senate.
Okay. Now, you did sign it, didn't you?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Jim Mitawamba, Mr. Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield?
Certainly.
In this bill, are we not trying to do something about 2 competing entities about how they enforce the laws that we set out in this body?
I'm not sure I follow your question, sir.
Well, I know at times we find that MDOT people who are enforcement people often set aside different rules from what the highway patrol does, or Department of Safety.
Well, they have different responsibilities, yes, sir.
Well, but we're supposed to be managing the highways the same for each truck. Is that not true?
That's true, yes.
This would eliminate some of that controversy with that, wouldn't it?
I think it provides an opportunity for the 2 organizations to work more closely together and better organized, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Jim from Scott, Mr. Miles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I watched the debate on this bill, or one similar to it the other night in the Senate on YouTube, and something was in one of these bills that had where money was going back to our local counties and cities to maybe diverting portion of the lottery fund. Is that part of this bill?
There was part of this bill to divert the lottery money to the emergency road and bridge program and away from the paving projects that are being done with it at DOT. And we have taken that out.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Jim from the show, Mr. Bounds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You,
sir.
I think it's a friendly question if I missed it. I'm sorry. What are the weight limits in our surround Alabama and Louisiana, for example?
Louisiana is pretty high. I want to say they're up there for about 95, and I believe Alabama's 88.
Okay, so I just want to, in my mind, we are at when our loggers and other people hauling commerce across state lines, we are at a disadvantage. When they come into our state, we're at a disadvantage on what we're allowing for weights, right?
Yeah, no, as you recall, loggers in your part of the state had an issue going over into Alabama, and the gentleman from Kemper offered a bill this year that we passed that hopefully addresses that issue.
Okay, appreciate it.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
Jim from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you.
Yes, sir.
Refresh my memory. Right now, at this time, we have what we call a harvest haul permit. That allows up to 90,000 pounds. Is that right?
Yeah, on a case-by-case basis. Yes.
Okay, with the 88,000 pounds coming in, is this doing away with the harvest haul permit? Wouldn't it be kind of combined in this particular bill?
No, sir.
It would not. We'd
No, sir.
still be able to haul 90,000 pounds for the harvest haul permit regardless.
Yes, sir.
A gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, you just kind of ticked or something when the gentleman from the Neshoba asked you about surrounding states. You know what the weight limit is in Arkansas?
No, sir, I don't.
How about Alabama?
Alabama, I think, is 88.
And were you aware that both of those states had made major infrastructure repairs? They had did with their stimulus money. They had fixed all their major roads, just about.
I know that both states have passed initiatives for roads and bridges, yes, sir.
So don't you think before we increase the opportunity for people to haul heavier loads, shouldn't we prepare the roads first? I know, gentlemen, is it not true you're from the Gulf Coast and you have worked diligently to make sure that windstorm and mitigation and foundations were fixed when the high seas and high waters come? Shouldn't we do the same thing for our highways?
Well, as you know, gentlemen, I've been pushing for that for about 6 years now, and I will continue to push for that. Yes, sir, I think our roads need some attention.
So why would we put the egg before the chicken?
Well, again, I say there are some benefits to allowing our loggers and our farmers to haul more weight. There is some financial benefit, economic benefit to them. So there's some advantages to the bill.
So gentlemen, would you not agree that sometime safety should override economic stability?
Certainly, all times.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because I travel Highway 82 West over to Pine Bluff and Little Rock regularly, and I've seen what they've done with their infrastructure on the highways and how they've made the investment. And I come back into Mississippi and I go 82 West toward Columbus and all that, and I feel like I'm being shaken up in a blender. So how do we fix this problem without creating a bigger set of potholes on the highway?
Well, gentlemen, I will tell you that we probably have a whole lot of trucks that are already hauling at this weight and not being caught. So I believe that there will be a legitimate attempt to try to capture the bad actors, those people who are hauling grossly overweight trucks up over 100,000 pounds. I think that is the task of this group that's being formed to oversee the harvest permit, to be sure that we crack down on the really bad actors.
And I think someone asked this, but I wasn't sure. I was trying to read up on something right quick. Does the commissioners, the highway commissioners, do they agree with this philosophy, this piece of legislation?
No, sir, they don't.
Okay, and it is true that they are the experts in this arena. Would you not agree?
I believe that they are the voice of the experts, yes, sir.
Okay, well, and I'll accept that. I'll accept it. Thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman Kemper, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I just got a message back here that said that the Supervisors Association had reached out to the lady from the Neshoba on the Senate side, and they're not opposed to this bill. I know early on they said they didn't understand it, they was against it, but now they're not opposed to it. The Supervisors Association agree with it. Is that true, or do you have anything?
They never have expressed that to me. The only thing I've heard from them is that they're opposed to the bill.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman DeSoto, Mr. Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I'm torn on this because I voted for this the first time. My trepidation, of course, is the increased fines. But, and tell me if this isn't true, if you've got a trucker that's trucking some corn from Vicksburg down the highway and he has to hit his brakes and he has a load shift towards the front, this would help him because that increased load on the front axle could cause him to be over, but in actuality, he's not really over. It was just because of load shift. So this is a good bill for that reason. Am I right?
Well, a load shift like that, when a truck is full, I mean, you just don't have the volume for a load shift. If you ended up doing it that way, you'd end up spilling the corn out onto the road. But, you know, they already have 10% tolerance on the axles. So the per axle weights already have a 10% tolerance. This gross vehicle weight is what we're talking about here.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Jim from Lawrence indicated he had a motion. You still wish to state that, gentleman?
Thank you, Speaker, for another question. Gentlemen, yield one more time.
Yes, sir.
I just had to come back with some of this. Gentleman just referred to, I feel like I fell down the rabbit hole, but nevertheless, I'm trying to crawl out. The gentleman just asked you a question. If you put more weight on a truck going at the speed limit, that makes that truck safer. That was the way I discerned the question. Did you discern it that way?
I wasn't sure what he was driving at. I thought he was talking about an axle tolerance, but anyway.
But certainly there was a safety factor in there somewhere put forward, right?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree with me that, say, a log truck with 84,000 pounds going down interstate at 70 miles an hour is, kinetic energy is fantastic, isn't it?
It is.
And if you add 5% to that load, the kinetic energy, the potential energy, if it runs into something or trying to keep from running into something, is greater than it was with a lesser load, right?
I believe it would still be kinetic energy, but yes, sir, it would be higher.
Okay. So is there any way that we can realistically spin that into making that heavier truck safer than the lighter truck?
I don't think so.
And you were questioned about border states. Do the citizens, do you and I as citizens of the state of Mississippi have any responsibility for upkeep of the highways of the border states, Alabama, Arkansas, Louisiana, Tennessee?
No, that's their responsibility.
And I don't know what the situation is with the highways in those states. I do know that every time I cross a state line going into Louisiana, I feel like I got off of a log truck road onto a good highway. So do you think that's because Louisiana load limits is higher, or that Louisiana roads in general are better than ours?
I don't know how to answer that.
Well, you know how, you just don't want to, right? Okay. And a question was asked, is there a possibility that President Biden, he didn't mention President Biden, but is there a possibility that the Biden administration is going to put some stimulus money in sometime down the road that we can use to fix our highways with? You remember that question?
Yes, sir, I do.
If they did 2 years from now, how long would it take us to fix our highways under normal circumstances, even without this weight limit?
A study that was done in 2015 said that we were about $6 billion behind the 8 ball on fixing roads and bridges in the state. Latest ASC infrastructure report card says that our bridges rated D-. If we expended money at the same rate as we're currently spending money, half again, so that would take us about 12 years.
At the present rate with the present weight?
If we had 1.5 times, if we spent 1.5 times what we're spending now, it'd take us about 12 years.
Right. If we had it, which we don't, and no guarantee that we're going to get it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Right.
And I appreciate your forthrightness.
Yes, sir.
Jim, no motion.
this the appropriate time for a motion?
Yes, sir. I had recognized you for a motion.
Oh, I'm sorry, Speaker. I'm getting old and my ears have gotten bigger, but they don't work. The old saying, the things you want to get smaller get bigger, and the things you want to get bigger get smaller. But I've never experienced that.
All right. I assume you got nothing then.
Yes, sir. Mr. Speaker, I have a motion. I think the proper motion, the one I think I want to make at this point, is to table this bill.
Motion is to table.
I'm not sure.
Those opposed have 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to change my motion with the Speaker's permission.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion to recommit. I haven't been here but 14 years. So.
Motion is to recommit. Question occurs on the motion to recommit. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Noes have it. All right. Any further questions? Gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark, do you have a question?
Mr. Speaker, I got a point of order that it violates House Rule 112 and that it requires a 3/5 vote, and I've reduced my point of order to right.
Okay, bring the point of order forward. I'll have council look at it. It is my understanding, gentlemen, all the fees have been removed, but we'll check it out and double check and make sure. We will go to the next item, which is in conference, local and private. In conference, local and private.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the conference report for Senate Bill 3090. We received this bill a few days ago. We amended it on our end of the hall to make some changes. This is the Washington County Convention and Visitors Committee. This is actually their enabling legislation for that group. It actually has a tax in it that funds their convention bureau. They did not. They invited conference on it. Our House delegation met with the Senate delegation, and they came up with a compromise. So we are actually going back to the original Senate position, which was just extending the repealer on this particular bill and tax for the Washington.
Any questions on the report? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 3090. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 111 yeas, 7 nays, report is adopted. Brings us to the motion to reconsider calendar. Any chairman have an item here? Chairman Jackson, Mr. Reed. Hit the gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Reed, please. Up in the top right-hand corner. Right there. Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Hello.
You've only been here 12 years. He's only sat there for 12 years. So.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go on to item number 4 on the motion to reconsider calendar and make a motion to table.
Which item, gentlemen? I didn't hear you.
Be item number 4, Senate, House Bill 1393.
Motion to table. Those opposed have 5 minutes. Any opposed? I don't see any. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. You got another one, gentlemen?
I do. Be item number 6, House Bill 1398. Move to table.
Those opposed have 5 minutes. Any opposed? I don't see any. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. You got another one, gentlemen? Okay. Gentleman from Calhoun, Mr. Beckett.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Item number 5, Senate Bill number
2910 is my motion to table.
Those opposed have 5 minutes. Any opposed? I don't see any. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Bailey, what purpose you seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, on the local and private, that conference report, I voted no, and I intended to vote yes. I hit the wrong button. So I want to change my vote.
The one on Washington County?
Yes, sir, I voted no, and I want to vote yes.
You voted no against Washington County?
Yeah, that's right.
Ain't you from Washington County?
That's right.
That could present a problem for you, couldn't it? All right, gentleman wants to change his vote. Is there an objection? Oh, I don't hear any, gentlemen. You got lucky today. All right. Change the gentleman's vote. All right. Anything else on the motion to reconsider calendar? I don't see any. Rules calendar. Passes. All right, we'll suspend business for a minute. I'm not sure there's anything else to be done. Let me double check our calendar, check with the chairman who passed bills. Suspend business for a minute.
Hello. We need to pay somebody. When did we do 747? When did we do 747?
Please let the House come back to order. We're continuing to check on what else has to be done. Gentleman from Rankin has a motion on a bill he needs to make. I'll recognize him.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 572, our resort status, I move we recommit. We're going to correct a little bit of language to help the gentleman from Newton and the other cities. So I move to recommit that bill.
All right. Motion is to recommit. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Lady from Hines, Ms. Clark, did you have something?
Yes, sir. Thank you so very much, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to make a request of the body, if possible. I'd like to ask that you look at the note that I left on your desk as it relates to the EMS walk. Those of you who've been here a while know that this is the week that I usually ask you to help me with the EMS walk. And if you would read that and respond to it, I certainly would appreciate it. Thank you so very, very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that.
If you don't know, the reason I hop around here with this stick is that I have MS and I've had it since before I got here. And if you could help me do something about it, I'd appreciate it so much. It appears that we are close to a cure. They're saying that they now have a vaccine for it. That was what I was told yesterday. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and thank each of you for listening to me.
Thank you, ma'am. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell, do you have what purpose you seek recognition?
Request, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
On yesterday's calendar, I'd like to hold House Bill 928 as well as House Bill 747 on the motion to reconsider.
Okay, we can do that.
Thank you.
Gentleman Monroe, Mr. Brown.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. I have a request.
Yes, sir.
On today's calendar, local and private in conference, item 1, Senate Bill 3090, I'd like to request a vote change from yes to no, please.
Any objection? Change the gentleman's vote. Lady from Madison, Ms. Ford, what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to change my vote on the Ways and Means calendar number 3, 572 to no, from yes to no, with unanimous consent, please.
Any objection? Change the lady's vote. All right. Gentlemen from Octave Hall, give us a motion to recess subject to call while we check on where we are with all the calendar.
Mr. Speaker, I motion we recess subject to call.
All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. House in recess subject to call.
How you doing?
Hi there.
What's up, Mr. Bailey?
All right.
Please let the House come back to order. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a few other items that we're working on. I think Appropriations has some things they need to do. Jim from Rankin had that bill he just recommitted that needs to be worked on. We have a number of items that were passed on the calendar that are still being worked on. So at this point, I think we're going to take a break for lunch and probably come back at 2 o'clock. So we'll see. Hopefully some of these items will get worked on in the meantime. Mr. Clerk, you got something? All right. Jim from Rankin, Mr. Powell, are you in the prayer chamber? Clerk informs me on 572, the one you wish to recommit. We first have to reconsider the vote by which it passed. Do you make that motion? All right, gentleman makes a motion to reconsider the vote by which 572 passed. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Now we have to bring forward the motion to recommit. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Any announcements, Mr. Clerk, Madam Clerk? Any announcements by the members before we break? I don't see any. Recognize the gentleman from Octavia Hall. Let's try 2 o'clock, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, I move this House stand in recess until 2 o'clock.
Heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. House in recess to 2 o'clock.
I cannot hear myself half the time, but 2 o'clock.
I'm going to recognize the gentleman from Jackson, Chairman of Transportation. You can do it from right there. You can do it from your desk, either way.
Ladies and gentlemen, the motion is to recommit the bill for further conferencing.
This is 2825,
2825.
ladies and gentlemen. The one that the gentleman from Holmes had raised a point of order on. Motion is to recommit. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Looking back at the calendar, it appears that we have done all except for the general bills. We'll go back through that. The ones we missed were number 2, Judd B. Pass. Number 4, corrections. Where is he? Number 6, Judd B. Passing that. Are we taking those up at all, gentlemen? Potentially? Okay. All right. Number 8, Medicaid. All right. Number 11, corrections. Number 13, Medicaid. All right, let's see if we can find I don't know where the chairmen are. Let's recess subject call, gentlemen from Octavia Hall. Let me see if I can find them.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recess subject to call.
All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. House in recess subject to call.
I'm the man. You know, recess.
I mean, because Please let the House come back to order. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue to work on the remaining items that need to be done. Gentleman from Grenada, Chairman of Corrections, has an item he can take up. Gentleman Jackson, what purpose you seek recognition?
Introduction, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of myself and Representative John Reed, I would like for you and the other members of the House to help me please make welcome two of our most esteemed and highly accomplished members of the Ocean Springs Board of Aldermen, Bobby Cox and Rob Blackman, in the South Gallery, please.
All right, Chairman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll call up item 11, Senate Bill 2795. I'll offer up the conference report.
Okay, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Conference report on 2795, I'll explain. Basically, this comes to the floor as a negotiated position between the Senate and the House. As y'all know, we passed 2123 last year. Both chambers, the governor vetoed it. In his veto message, he set out concerns that he had about some language involving capital offenses as far as murder and sex offenders. That language, while I disagreed that there was any language in there that provided any eligibility, we have made it crystal clear in this provision that there's no eligibility for capital murder at all. The Miller provisions that were originally in some of the legislation is not in this legislation, Miller versus Alabama. What this does is provide eligibility for violent offenders at 60% or 25 years, nonviolent offenses at 25% or 10 years. This is the position that was negotiated between the Senate and the House. All stakeholders were engaged in this particular piece of legislation. In addition to those provisions, there's a provision in here that as far as what we call G3 petitions in the practice, that the district attorney's office will be noticed on any petitions in front of a trial court for notice so they can respond to any G3 petitions. That is added language, and it authorizes any judge in the district to handle the G3 petitions. Does not have to be the senior judge. It adds language in here to include victims' participation at the parole board, and also it provides language in here that authorizes a victim or a designated family member to be provided notice and an opportunity to speak to the parole board for any parole hearing. It also increases that all sex offenders, a lot of people don't understand this, but sex offenses prior to 95 have parole eligibility. This provision requires that any sex offender, there shall be a hearing on sex offenses and shall be a hearing on capital murder. Those individuals eligible for capital murder consideration. We do have inmates prior to 95 that have eligibility for capital murder and murder, and it has language that requires that. It does have a 3-year repealer. That's an explanation of the conference report, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, questions. Lady from Pearl River, Ms. Wilkes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of order.
Okay, state
It
your point.
amends by reference, which is against House Rule 106 in 2 places.
Okay, we'll bring your point of order in writing and give it to council. We'll look at it. Set the bill aside, or the report, I should say. All right. I'm looking at let me suspend business for a second. Lady, you have a point of order? Bring your point of order. Okay. Any other points of order? We're going to do this one time. Okay, I don't see any. I'm just looking at what's left to be handled on the calendar. Chairman of Judd B. I think he's waiting on some things there. Medicaid, I'm informed, has reached an agreement, so we can take that bill up later today, probably within the hour. I think they're going to have that resolved. So that looks like the only two remaining things. Excuse me, Chairman Judd B. Can I speak with you a minute? All right, ladies and gentlemen, I guess we just need to recess subject to call while we wait for, there's another matter that Appropriations has to deal with. We're waiting for the Medicaid bill to be finalized, and we got a point of order. So while we wait for those to be resolved, we'll just recess subject to call. Gentleman, Mike Tibby Hall.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recess subject to call.
All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. House is in recess subject to call. Please let the House come back to order. Council has delivered the response to the point of order. It is not well taken. They are writing it up there now. I will not take the time to have it read, but it's there if anyone cares to read it. All right, we're back on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was opening up for questions, I believe, but I wanted to explain one more thing to the body, that this bill does in fact authorize per diem for the parole board, and that was another aspect of the bill.
All right, any questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 2795. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 91 yeas and 25 nays, the report is adopted. All right, I think we've done all we can do for the moment. We're waiting on a couple of other things, so I think we need to recess subject to call once again. Till those things, we got two things we're waiting on, appropriations and Medicaid. Recognize the gentleman from McTibby Hall, Mr. Robertson.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recess subject to call.
Heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. House in recess subject to call. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue to try to get information where we are, and I think the two matters that we're waiting on are still being worked on, and I hate to keep you here just sitting around. So I'm going to recommend we recess till 6. That'll allow you time to go and get something to eat, do other things, and hopefully by that time they will have completed the work. I know one of the matters that we're waiting on is still being drafted, then they have to proof it, then the chairman, the conferees have got to go over it. So it could be at least an hour, if not more, before that's even ready to go. So I hate to keep you here. So I'm going to recommend we recess till 6. We'll come back and see where we are at that time. I don't see the chairman of the rules. I'm going to recognize the gentleman from the Neshoba. Give me a motion to recess till 6 p.m., please.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Speaker, I move this House stand in recess till 6 p.m. tonight.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. House in recess till 6 p.m.
Let the House come back to order. I believe the Chairman of Appropriations is going to be recognized at the well. Before we do that, I believe the gentleman from Alcorn, Mr. Bain, seeks recognition. Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 6, today's calendar in conference general bills, House Bill number 796. I would move to recommit.
You've heard the gentleman's motion to recommit. All those in favor of those opposed have 5 minutes. Anybody opposed? Don't see anybody. If you're in favor of the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Chairman of Appropriations is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies in the House, these are requests for unanimous consent, and I'm going to read out the list. On House Bill 1412, amend line 133, 134, delete the word Hancock County Board of Supervisors, and in lieu thereof, South Mississippi Planning and Development District. Next would be on House Bill 1398, amend on lines 110. The number, delete number, shows it at 222, should be 447. Next is House Bill 1413, Transportation, amend on line 365, insert the word Kemper County after west and before between. Amend line 375, delete the word Lauderdale. In lieu thereof, word Clark. Amend line 380 by inserting the number 381 after the word Turner. Amend line 381 by deleting the word street and replacing it and inserting in lieu thereof word school. Amend line 385 by deleting the word during Habolachita and inserting in lieu of the word near Habolachita. Go to Senate Bill 2916, amend line 105, deleting the number 2956 and replacing it with 2825. Amend on line 119 by deleting the same line, word number 2956 and inserting in lieu thereof 2825. Amend on, next is Senate Bill 2948, amend line 16 and insert in lieu of number 138,620,987. Amend line 91 by deleting and in lieu of number 6,559,000. Amend line 401 by deleting the word and words in lieu of 104,038,000. Amend on line 401 by deleting the number 57 to 97. That's what it was. Excuse me, that mixed up. On line 420, deleting 400,000 and inserting 300,000. On line 428, 429, delete the words and in playing cost associated with windows of Amory to insert in lieu of as windows. Then amend lines 433, 435, delete the words to assist Rankin County and the city of Richland in cost of flood. And this just, what this does in lieu of, it makes, the money goes to the flood control, stormwater damage. Okay, amend on 439, deleting the word city, inserting in lieu of town. Delete line 478, 480. Amend line 504 by inserting after department, any remaining funds may be used for facility and ground improvement. amend line 525, insert the word Houston after the and before courthouse. Delete line 677, 678. Amend line 679, 680. This is to assist the Brewer Community Association with the expense of improving and operating the community center, $1 million. Amend 684, 685. This is to in lieu of, to assist George County and MDOT with the removal of a J-turn, the intersection of Highway 98 and 063, George County, and a traffic light inserted. Amend line 697, delete the word National Guard, insert in lieu of Mississippi Military Department. Amend line 700 by deleting the word Clearwater and use the word local government and rural water. Then on Senate Bill 2951, amend lines 275 by deleting the word hangar and insert the word harbor and ports. Amend on line 276 by inserting the word flood control. And that is the ones I asked for unanimous consent on. These are more or less cleanup language.
So you're saying hangar is different than harbor, gentlemen?
It is, I guess. It's hard to land an airplane on I guess you got a seaplane, you can do it, but yeah.
There you go. The gentleman's requested unanimous consent. Is there objection? Don't hear any. With that, we will proceed, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're still going to take up at least one more item tonight, and that will be the Medicaid tech bill. They just went to file that bill, and I believe the Senate's going back in at about 6:15 to take that bill up. So I will entertain a motion to recess subject to call, and I expect about a 10 or 15 minute recess, and then we will be back here to handle that bill. I can tell y'all are all excited about it. Are there any announcements from the members before we recess subject to call? Gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Owen.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. On yesterday's calendar, House Bill 1384, the third conference report, I'd request unanimous consent to change my vote from no to yes.
Is there objection? Change the gentleman's vote. Gentleman from Harrison, lady from Harrison, Ms. Crawford. Gentleman from Forest, Mr. Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request unanimous consent to change my vote on House Bill 2795 to nay instead of yea.
Is there objection? Don't hear any. Change your gentleman's vote. Okay, I don't see any other requests. Gentleman from Oktibbeha, you are recognized for the motion.
Motion is to recess to subject to call.
Motion to recess subject to call. If you're in favor of the motion, indicate by saying aye. If you're opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're in recess subject to call. Let the House come back to order. Recognize the Chairman of Ways and Means.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I told the body yesterday, we do have expected some additional cleanup language on the bond bill, and council has worked on that. And so that's what is before you here today. I can read it line by line. I don't want to go line by line, but I'll just give you the highlights. There is deleting language regarding Vardaman and town streets on line 7826 to 26. On line 8020, deleting language regarding Calhoun and town streets. On line 112, change Byram Clinton to Hines. Lines 14232 and 14243, insert reform before Sturgis. And section 137, there was a deletion that accidentally deleted the DEQ money for the wastewater program. And so that's a federal program that allows federal drawdown of funds that we do every year. And so that was accidentally deleted. And I believe that is all. That's it. That's it, Mr. Speaker. I would ask unanimous consent to make these changes.
Is there objection? Don't hear any, don't see any. Gentlemen, we'll proceed with that. I've been advised that the Medicaid, gentlemen, you have something further?
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I do. Concerning House Bill 1091.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, the Ways and Means Committee hereby requests unanimous support to make some changes to House Bill 1091. We've got some conforming language that we need to include to make 1091 conform to House Bill 572. And that's my explanation, Mr. Speaker. Any objection?
Is there objection? Don't see any and I don't hear any. Gentlemen, we'll proceed with that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House. The changes that we need to make, the conforming language is basically we need to delete on lines 447 and 448 and House Bill number 572, 2021 regular session. We're taking that out. Line 447, ladies and gentlemen, we are putting in Senate and quote unquote and then on lines 1127, 1128, deleting and House Bill number 572, 2021 regular session. And last but not least, Mr. Speaker, we need to amend the title to confirm to the same. That's my explanation.
Is there objection? I don't hear any, gentlemen. We will proceed with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I have been advised that the Medicaid tech bill has been filed and it's being uploaded to the computer. It should appear shortly, I hope, on all of your computers. I see some heads shaking no. As y'all know, I'm getting a thumbs up that it's on there. I wish y'all take just a minute and find it. As you remember, we suspended all deadlines as it relates to this bill, so we are going to proceed here shortly. I'll suspend business for about 2 or 3 minutes, and then when the chairman gets in here, we will take it up. See here? I don't see him. As soon as he walks in, we will start with that bill. We'll come back to order. I believe the gentleman from Choctaw is ready. Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I apologize for the long delay today. This may have been about the 6th or 7th version of the tech bill. I do have a report to bring to you. We continue to keep the 5% reduction in there for providers that has been taken, your dentist, your ambulance. Those providers will be happy. I'm going to go from the beginning of it and outline some of the major changes that we've done since the last tech bill, or the version that I handled before the House. We had a provision that that was put in several years ago about our rural hospitals that had 50 or less beds, and it said the division may reimburse them at higher rates. But what we did is we changed that language to shall, because we know how important a lot of our hospitals are. We want to see that provision go into effect. The gentleman from Pike's been working on that for a long time, and so we're glad to be able to get that into the bill. We didn't do anything to physician services. We did some cleanup language. They're still going to be reimbursed at the rate of 90%. The lady from Lincoln had a amendment regarding home health services for nurse practitioners, physician assistants, and clinical nurse specialists, and we kept that in the tech bill, which was amended on the floor and passed. There were some concerns with regard to some cleanup language, whether physician administered drugs would still be at a shall. We continue to keep that in. I know a lot of you have heard from your dentist. Not only would they be receiving a 5%, when we get rid of the 5% reduction, they'll get a 5% increase. We also decided to do, I know the lady from Jones was very adamant about preventive and diagnostic. And so what we do is we have a 5% increase for our dentists in 22, 23, and 24. So they'll receive around a 10% increase. What we think and what we know is that if they can get more people in there cleaning teeth, doing diagnostic, we can save a lot of money in the future. We also, in the Senate version, there was an UPL for ambulances and physicians, and so that is included in this bill. We had also had a lot of testimony at our hearings with regard to telemedicine. And so what we did is we left FQHCs, rural health clinics, CMHCs as both originating and distant site providers for the purpose of telehealth reimbursement. We saw that was going really good during COVID, and so we're going to continue with it. There was also in the Senate version that we added to the House that the division in the State Department of Health shall coordinate and notify OBGYN providers that vaccines for children is available to providers free of charge. One of the major changes, a lot of individuals, we had a bill on the commission and we had some other things that didn't go forward on this side. But one of the main things we heard during all these hearings were how rates were decreased or arbitrarily increased. And so what we've done is inserted language that any changes made, and this is prior Medicaid law, any changes that are made, increase or decrease to recipients or providers must first be approved by the Mississippi legislature. So each one of you will now have a say in whether or not your provider's payments are decreased or your provider payments are increased. This was the law several years ago, and we're going back there to where each one of you can have a voice in whether or not your provider payments are increased or decreased. Also, there was also a lot of conversations about managed care companies, and so before there's any type of decrease in provider payments, then they must first look at reducing some of the profit margin of the MCOs from there before you do a reduction in benefits. We kept the prior authorization standard levels. That way they can go back and look at them, say utilization review, medical services, and transportation. That's where a lot of providers were telling us that they didn't know a clear set of guidelines to go through. And so what we're doing right there is asking them to provide a clear set of guidelines. They're also going to provide the House and Senate Medicaid chairman with a report. There was also some language that the gentleman from Washington had. It's not exactly the same as it was, but he had some standards of care and some levels of care, and that is inserted. We did take a little bit of it out in conference, but the main crux of it is still there. Also, we have that the chairman of the House and the Senate will get a cost report of administrative expenses and the number of employees that MCOs have in the program of managed care across the state. We also continue to keep the audit language that was in the House and Senate version. That way you can, if there's any questions, we actually added the insurance commissioner. He can go in as well. So the state auditor, the insurance commissioner, or independent third party can come in and look at it to see. And so I think this will be helpful to look into specific parts of it. One of the main issues that we heard about was credentialing. And so the original House version had automatically credentialed and enrolled within 60 days. However, there were some problems with automatically enrolling someone, and there were some other federal regulations at stake. So basically what we did is say you got 60 days to get the completed application in. In the event you did not get the completed application is in, then the provider can ask for a temporary credential and enrollment. So then they will enroll that person automatically. That way the provider is not doing work for free. However, there are some acceptances for doing that in case they have criminal charges, misconduct. There's some other things that's put in there that will to keep them from doing it. That will go for 60 days. In the event they don't issue an appeal by then, they're automatically enrolled in the program and can continue to receiving payment. If they issue a denial, don't issue a denial payment within 60 days, the claim is deemed paid in full. You get a detailed letter of why or why not the claim was denied. If it's denied, you get an agency appeal hearing within 60 days, and the division must render an opinion within 30 after that. We also looked at, we're going to have requesting the division to do a feasibility study for a single vendor for dental and pharmacy. And so we'll be able to come back and look at that at a later date. They also, Senate wanted to add some language with regard to pre-diabetes and diabetes and to look into that, and so a study into that. The lady from Jones's language about utilization of long-acting reversible contraceptives, that is in there in this bill as well. There's only one emergency extension under this contract, and if they do that, it must be subject to the changes made, which they have one emergency extension right now. We just wanted to clarify that if they do issue that extension, that all the changes that are in this bill must start being implemented. There's also an actuarial firm that was allowing the executive director to negotiate some limitations on the liability because of having problems getting vendors to come in, and other states have been doing it. We got a 3-year repealer. With regard to, into Section 145, UMC was removed. As you may all know, Governor Bryant, Ms. Bryant, the nursing facility, we reached out to UMC. They were currently exempt from that tax, and they have no objection to being removed because not only would help draw down more dollars, but help with their, but they're not opposed to it. The rest of the language in there is pretty much the same with regard. There's no more changes. And there was one section added that was not in our bill, but basically allows spinal traumatic residential brain injury rehabilitation facilities to accept Medicaid payment. There was previously a prohibition on that, And what we did is repeal that because we're having to send a lot of individuals out of state. So conceptually, that is the bill, and if you have any further questions, be glad to ask them. Yes.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Jones, Mr. Scoggin, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, you yield?
Yes.
I have one question, and I missed what you said, the very first thing you said when you got up. You said something about a 5% pay decrease or increase or something. Could you repeat that?
Years ago, there was a 5% reduction, which allowed the division to withhold 5% from provider payments. A lot of people have been exempted over that over the years. So what we did, your DMEs, your dentists, your ambulatories, those companies are now not going to have that withheld. And so that's going to be an increase for a lot of your providers back home. That was probably the number one or top three concern out of all of our Medicaid hearings. And that was in our original bill, and the Senate both are in agreement on that.
Thank you.
Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Absolutely.
So I'm going to call this the Nancy Pelosi bill because I hadn't had time to read it. And I don't care. I really don't care. So anyway, we have a 3-year repealer, and I want to ask you a question. As you know, gentlemen, we have one of our Mississippi Can bills, companies that we do business with, Centene, who is under, Ohio has sued them for misuse of funds. And now they're under investigation here in Mississippi. So what are we going to do? They're under investigation. When we find out that if they have done anything wrong, what in this bill is going to prevent us from signing another contract with them?
Well, we have included language at the request of the division. I've reached out to the appropriate authorities with regard to this language that's been inserted. That's going to allow, my understanding of it is, to get deeper into it, it's harder to review and audit these MCOs. And so the division, in conjunction with others, have provided some language to us would allow them to go in. An audit is considered, if you ever try to go get a financial audit from an accountant, it costs a lot, but you can get a report and it's not as much. What we're able to do is to be able to break down, there's like 10 or 11 different categories in there, and that's going to allow us to do it. It's going to allow peer to come in and piecemeal it out. It's going to allow the insurance department to come in. The bill specifically says the auditor could come in and look at that. We did do the study on the feasibility of a single vendor for pharmacy. And so I guess what we'll do is we'll let the investigation take its course. And as the legislature, we'll be back next January, and we can always look at, as we do with all legislation, take a look at it.
And I realize, gentlemen, and look, I think you've done a fabulous job. I want you to know that. We had this conversation prior to this. But when you put a 3-year repealer on a bill, the only people that can bring it up is you or the speaker. Nobody else in here can. And we have freshmen in here that have only experienced voting on this one time, and this is now. And they hadn't had time to read the bill, so they have no idea what they're doing. So I realize that people are tired. This is a $6 billion bill, and I just want to make sure we get it right. And, you know, my question to you is, if we put a 3-year repealer on this bill, there's no guarantees that we will see it for 3 years, which many of us won't be here. Many of us will not return to be able to vote on it.
Well, customarily, and usually it's always been a 3-year repealer on this bill.
Well, it has been since the Republicans took charge. Used to, it was every year.
Well, it's got a 3-year repealer this year, and that's what we're going to have in this conference report. However, as I understand, the landscape always changes and the law always changes, and there's always things you need to take a look at sometimes. And so I'm committed to taking a look at it, to continue to do it, to make sure that people do what we ask them to do. The last time we did a credentialing thing, the division didn't do it. And so now we've had to go in here and do a complete long list of credentialing and enrollment and application because we couldn't do it. So what we've done is we got that language in there, and I've got reports. I've got 6 or 7 different reports that are going to come to me, and the reason why those reports are put into this bill is where I can look at something on December the 1st and give me 30-something days to draft legislation to see if I need to take care of it. And so what I didn't want to do was get over here in the session and not have a piece of information in front of me. So now I'm going to have this information in front of me, and if they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing, then we can take a look at it. Now, as the landscape changes, we'll see. But this bill has a 3-year repealer. Anything can keep it from being brought up. But if we got an issue that comes up and this body is passionate about it, I'm sure we can take a look at it.
Gentlemen, you do know that this body's been pretty passionate about getting rid of Mississippi Can for a long time, but we haven't been able to have that vote.
Lady, I know you. Your position in this body is well known on Mississippi Can, but I think we got some good legislation in this bill. We got some good provisions. I think some people are going to be happy, some people are going to be sad, and at the end of the day, I think that makes good legislation because we're going to have some checks and balances.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a motion at the proper time.
You were recognized for a question, lady. If you had a motion, what would that motion be?
My motion is to reconsider Senate Bill 2799 conference report to add instructions that would provide health care to adults up to age 64 with incomes less than 138% of the federal poverty level. That is my motion.
Chairman wish to respond?
I'm sorry, recommit with instructions. I think I said reconsider. Recommit with instructions.
I would ask that the body oppose the motion to recommit the legislation. Lady, even if it's recommitted, it's subject to a point of order.
Anything further, Chairman?
Nothing.
Okay, you've heard the ladies. Gentleman from Hines, I'm from Washington. Mr. Hines, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unless I misunderstood something, the gentlelady, you asked the gentlelady, what would your motion be? Not if you did not approve her having a motion. And so that is somewhat lucid and misleading. So was she recognized for a motion, or were you inquiring?
I inquired as to if she made a motion, what would it be, and I asked the chairman to respond. We're going to recognize her for a motion, gentlemen.
Okay.
Thank you. Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
I would ask the body to oppose the motion to recommit. You've been here all day. We've been working hard. This is our 6th incarnation of this report. We've had a lot of hard work on it, and I know the lady's passionate about health care, and I know a lot of individuals in this room are passionate about health care. But at this point in time, we've already passed the appropriation for Medicaid, and this is contained within the budget, so I would ask that you oppose the motion to recommit.
Lady from Hines, anything further before I put the motion? You are recognized for that motion.
I'd be happy to speak on it.
Do you wish to speak to the motion?
I do.
We're in narrow limits. You're speaking just to the motion, lady.
Yes.
You're recognized for that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know that the chairman and the committee has done some extremely hard work on this bill, but as the lady from Lincoln said earlier, this is a very, very important bill. We're talking about $6 billion. And I think that we need to take our time, even if it takes us just a little while longer, to make sure that we get it right. So let me just start with this. I want you all to look in your pocket or your purse or ask your desk mate for a nickel, one nickel. Pull out a nickel for me. Just one little silver nickel, okay? And I want you to imagine that the gap between you and going to see a doctor or your child going to see a doctor was only 5 cents. 5 cents. That's what we are facing right now here in the state of Mississippi. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an opportunity right now today to ensure that 300,000 to 400,000 people, the constituents that we represent, moms and pops, our sons, our daughters, our little babies, our family members and our church members back home who cannot afford insurance are able to gain the access to health care that is affordable. We know that so many people back home have lost jobs, and as a result, they've lost health care due to this pandemic, and many of them are still dealing with these hardships. Now, we can go back to our districts today and send them a strong message and let them know that our rural hospitals are going to be made whole, that folks don't have to worry about if they can go see a doctor or not, or send their baby to the doctor or not, because we've answered the calls and we have done what they have sent us here to do. Last year, we accomplished something so big and so historical. We worked together to give the Magnolia State a new image by resurrecting a beautiful flag, and we can make history again. We can add another chapter to our legacy book by joining the other 38 states that are providing health coverage and deciding where to spend millions of dollars in new and increased funds that will help Mississippi fix our roads, create jobs, and do so much more for our constituents. So I ask you to support this motion so that the House and the Senate can work together to provide health care coverage options for those Mississippians who are in the crack. Plus, and here's the kicker, bring billions of dollars to our state budget. And I yield the floor.
Chairman, wish to respond.
I appreciate the lady coming up to the well. I know she's passionate about health care, but I would ask the body to oppose this motion. We're here at the last hour, and there's been a lot of debate between our negotiations between the Senate. I think we've got a good bill that's here in front of this body. I think you can take this bill back home and talk to your providers and talk to your constituents and be happy with it. So I would ask you to oppose the motion to recommit.
Okay, you've heard the motion. The lady has a motion to recommit with instructions. She's explained her instructions if the motion to recommit were to prevail. This is a voice vote. All those in favor of the lady's motion indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Noes have it. Noes have it. Roll call is demanded. Y'all are pretty close. I think you got it. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you're in favor of the lady's motion, indicate by voting aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 41 yeas, 77 nays, the motion fails. Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
Final passage.
I'm sorry, I've got a couple of names here. Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Criswell, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Absolutely.
I just want to understand, you were talking about this body would set the rates, that it used to be that way and we changed it. Can you tell me why it was changed and what the advantage of is for this body setting the rates?
Well, if there's going to be an increase or decrease to recipients or providers, then this body has an opportunity to have an open discussion. That way we have transparency and there's people that can have an input in this as we move throughout the process. While we attended those hearings in Medicaid, what people were upset about is unilaterally being reduced their rate and not knowing after they provided the service. And so what we're going to do with this piece of legislation is nothing new. It's what this body used to do. And so we're going to go back to that language and allow each one of these members to have a voice and to say on whether this is increased or decreased, I think it's good transparency, and I think it gives you an opportunity, and me an opportunity, to make a decision on who we want to provide the increases to, and not have that allowed or that decision to be made behind a closed door.
Do we know if there were specific issues or problems why they changed it? I'm just looking for the history of why it was changed.
Gentlemen, I can't give you the exact reason, but that is what is before the body today to allow it to go back to where it was.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
You're welcome.
Gentleman from Madison, Mr. Baumgar, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized.
Will the gentleman yield?
Absolutely.
Gentlemen, real quick, on line 1558 of the official version, it's the section relating to ambulatory care facilities, abortion facilities, freestanding emergency rooms. There's a large block of text deleted from section 3 immediately below that. Would anything in here change the eligibility for elective abortions or anything like that, or is that unaffected by that large block of removed text?
I've got the deleted text. My understanding, the deleted text says, in order to receive a license for a post-acute residential brain injury rehabilitation facility under this chapter, the recipient of the license must agree in writing that the facility would not at any time participate in the Medicaid program or admit or keep any patients at the facility or participating in the Medicaid program. This written agreement by the recipient of the license shall be fully binding on any later owner of the facility if the ownership of the facility is transferred at any time after the issuance of the license. Agreement that the facility will not participate in the Medicaid program shall be a continuance to the issue of the license. And it goes on. Someone had some language inserted a long time ago saying that a spinal cord injury couldn't accept Medicaid. What we're doing after talking to the division, we're having to send a lot of those out of state. What we're going to do is allow them to take. I'm not aware of anything like this in that bill with what you're saying, but it's to allow any spinal cord facility to accept Medicaid in the state of Mississippi.
Thank you, gentlemen.
All right, thank you. It's a good question.
Don't see any further questions. Anything further, gentlemen, before we vote?
Final passage.
Gentleman moves final passage. The question, open the machine, Madam Clerk. The question now occurs on adoption of the conference report, Senate Bill 2799. If you're in favor of adoption of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 95 yeas, 24 nays, the report is adopted. Going to suspend business for just a minute here.
Please let the House come back to order. We were just making sure of where things stand with the Senate and making sure we didn't have anything else that needs to be done. We got one more item to take care of. I'm going to recognize the gentleman from Choctaw, Mr. Hood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to table House Bill 1400. On the motion to reconsider, I'd like to table that.
All right, those opposed have 5 minutes. Any opposed? I do not see any. In favor of the motion to table indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. All right. I don't know of anything else that there is to be done today, ladies and gentlemen. I think we have completed our work for the day. I commend you for your hard work and for your patience and being patient with us as we slowly work through the work to be done. You know that happens this time of year. I do have one more thing, if I could have your attention, that I would like to bring to your attention. Earlier today, we thanked and recognized Leanne Robinson for her hard work with us and the fact that she is now moving into the Deputy Director position at Elbow. The reason she's moving into that position is because our own Howard Brown has been hired away from us. He's sitting over here, and I tell you what, I don't know if we've ever had a better one, but I wanted to give him recognition before he departs us. I'm going to ask him to stand and ask y'all to show him how much you appreciate him. For those of you that don't know, he has been hired at Jackson State to be their chief financial officer, and he will be going over there. So he's not going to be far away, just a few blocks away. I expressed my displeasure at him leaving and told him that I hope that didn't affect the appropriations that went to Jackson State. So he'll do them a great job. And Howard, you're welcome back anytime. We hope you'll come back and see us often. All right, announcements, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that since I made this announcement 2 days ago, you have all run to your computers and got your information in to the Secretary of State's office for the Blue Book. But for the handful of you that did not do that, they need that as soon as possible. There'll be there's an email on your email. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Madam Clerk. Announcements by the members. Jump from Humphreys, Mr. Strader.
I just want to say to the gentleman that is going over to Jackson State, we're going to get the Sonic Boom to play Get Ready, you're on your way.
Jump from Harrison, Mr. Haney.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. If y'all notice on your desk, there's a list of the sponsors who hosted the Gulf Coast reception this past weekend. So if you look at it, if you see them, thank them for hosting the reception.
Thank you, sir. All right, I don't see anything further. I'm going to recognize the gentleman from Octavia Hall for the motion.
Mr. Speaker, the House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. in the morning, but the journal shall remain open until the last conference report is filed, or notify the clerk that no report will be filed.
Thank you, sir. You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. House adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.